Hello, hello. See if we can do a mic check. Make sure all our audio is in the right place. Make sure everything's working okay. We already have a redemption of Rabbit Familiar, but I need to figure out where to put him because the shoulder is very unstable in this smaller chair. Looks like Mike is good. And we've also got a hydrate already, which is good because I just downed an energy drink, so I'm gonna need it. I'm seeing an unusual number of first-time chats, so I figured I'd introduce myself. I am Moose. I like lore. I don't stream a ton. I stream when there's stuff to stream. I stream when there's stuff to react to. I don't usually do it just as a hobby, but I just put up my XIV collect so people can bully me into doing more stuff, so maybe we can stream doing some of that. I don't know. We'll see. But we do the MSQ, we do the main side quests. We do it all blind, so no spoilies in the chat, please. Let's see, what's different lately, what's new? First thing that's new, bottom of the screen's gonna look a little different for a few reasons. Testing out new chairs. This is this one, which is a little weird. I'm gonna need to do something for the Rabbit Familiar. Consequently, I've changed the bottom left of the screen up a little bit. One of the big changes is that it turns out I have astigmatism, so we're all gonna have to get used to me wearing glasses now too. That is so much better. If it has been a few years since you've gotten your eyes checked, you should go. You should totally go. Yeah, I'm one step closer to old man lore today. I've got to go a little grayer. I've got to get a little more beard. But I'm one step closer to nerd. But I knew something was wrong with my eyes. Something felt a little weird about it, so I went to have it checked out, and they're like, "When's the last time you had an eye exam?" And I'm like, "Well, let's see. The school nurse did it." So I'm thinking like 2004. And they put you down in that chair. They're like, "All right, which one looks better? One or two, one or two, one or two." And I'm thinking everything's fine, so I'm just like, "Yep, that's it. That's how it goes." And he's like, "Okay, so this is how you see every day." I'm like, "Yep." And he goes, "All right, this is how you should see." And he flicks it, and I'm like, "Oh no, oh no." So, turns out I have astigmatism, and that's what's wrong with my eye. So yeah, tonight we'll be doing 6.5. This is just the MSQ. Tomorrow we're going to be doing the raid. But yes, as you can see, I have finally, mostly, kind of recovered from Final Fantasy XIV Fandemic Las Vegas VidCon. I was actually hoping to stream right when I got back and build up to this, but I was coughing really bad. I couldn't go more than a few minutes without coughing. Oh my god, subs coming in. Thank you so much. I wish I could like read everybody off, but for some reason my mini feed is not working correctly today. I think I've got to reset everything on it. Looks like a bunch of stuff broke, like the tips button was broke. I fixed that. I gotta do the mini feed. Yeah, if you have not heard, when I was at FanFest, I had a little bit of a medical emergency on the day I was supposed to fly out. I got COVID, And I did not get the sniffles and rainbows COVID. My COVID involved like an ambulance ride and a short hospitalization and a return to the Vegas hotel system, a withdrawal to Phoenix, Arizona. So the current mood is, in the immortal words of Joe Exotic, I am never going to financially recover from this. But I have my health, kinda. That's what counts. I'm gonna try not to let it overshadow the really great time I had otherwise. Like, yeah, there were some hiccups. The convention center line management was kind of wonky the first day. The ADA accommodations fell seriously short in a few places, and I mean, I think just generally it's really hard to do a classic fan fest at the scale of 15,000 people. I think that's going to be a challenge going forward, but I mean, the community team was really putting their all into it. They were great to us. The energy in the room when a new trailer drops is always electric. Met a lot of cool people. Had them sign my 1.0 journal, which is turning into kind of a Wondrous Tales looking thing. It was really awesome to meet more people in person. Put some faces to names. They had all these props set up everywhere that were really, really cool, especially the Thavnarian relaxation area. I really love that. They hired actors to play gleaners that give you little quests around the fan festival. And their outfits were like super detailed, and they were like completely in character, which was really, really interesting. Like, they were so good. But combined with the props, which were cool, but like not hyper realistic, and the fact that I was dressed like me and knowing that they were about to like go tell me to take a selfie somewhere, I felt like the gleaners were almost too real. Like, I was stoned at a Ren fair and accidentally wandered into a LARP, and they were just kind of rolling with it. But shout out to the gleaners. They did a really awesome job. The panels were really solid. Both concerts were fucking incredible. I had the good fortune to be gifted with orchestra tickets unexpectedly, so I got to see all 3 concerts. The generous souls responsible for that, if you ever see this, thank you so much. That was a really emotional couple hours, as an orchestra should be. I enjoyed that one to the fullest. It shouldn't be this way, but the part that I remember the most about it was the concert was on the last, or the day after the last day. So a lot of people who were going to get sick were already kind of starting to get sick. And Yoshida-san came out and introduced everything, and he's just like, the pandemic is over. And as he does that, you can hear like in the crowd, and I'm just thinking like, uh-oh. But yeah, it was a really, really good time, and I'm gonna try not to let how sick I got ruin that. So yeah, I threw up the in the Discord, which is linked on Twitch if you want to join it if you're not in it now. I linked my XIV collect. So if people want to do more streams than we usually do, BS about lore while we do something that I should have completed by now, I'm down to do it. We just got to figure out some stuff to do. I think that's really, really all there is to it. All right, let's see. MSQ today. Where do we leave off? What's happened in the story so far? What's our little recap today? I think we're picking up around... All right, Endwalker complete. Save the world. Go team. And we set off on our new adventure. We're gonna do something simple, something grounded. Get back to our adventuring roots. Get away from things like interdimensional travel and super special characters and millennia old secret history and everything. We're just gonna do like a nice classic raid of a mythological Thavnarian treasure vault. So anyway, in the treasure vault, we find a gate to the void, which it turns out is where Ashdaya, one of the dragons of the first brood, disappeared during the Alagon conquest of Mericidia. And Vritra enlists our help to go rescue her. But when we get there, we run into Xenos' Void Scent, who it turns out is actually only half Void Scent because her mom was pregnant and corrupted with darkness during the war that ruined the 13th Shard. And we use the power of light to turn her back into this badass vampire hunter D chick. And our timing on that could not be better, because this guy Golbez, who may or may not have been a warrior of light once, is going to lead an army of Void sent to the Source in a holy war of conquest, so everyone can finally die. But it turns out he's had Ashdaya all along, and he just fused her with the dissipated ether of Zodiark to create a giant Void sent dragon that's going to tear down the boundary between worlds. So yeah, just a casual, down-to-earth adventure like the old days. This could have been a leave quest, probably. So, let's see where that goes. In all seriousness, we have been teaching Zero the half-void scent of our collective dreams. Things like trust and friendship, following your heart. How to gain ether by eating delicious food instead of siphoning it out of people through dubiously erotic handshakes. Seeking the light. If you're used to people like reading everything out loud or doing voices, I don't usually do that. I will let the voiced cutscenes play. I will kind of skim through the non-voiced things, and then I'll give a quick little summary at the end of what's important. Ah, yes. Yashol's been trying to find a way to help us get to the first so we can harness the power of light there to break the shroud of darkness around the crazy dragon that's been summoned. Oh yeah, I'll gladly talk to all the NPCs between quests. If I don't do an optional, it's usually because I missed it accidentally. Ironworks box. So this is just kind of a review of where we've been and what everyone's up to. Making it feel like time is of the essence that we get up there and solve this issue. Nodes? We're gonna use nodes? Bespoke devices. Ether transmitters. Ooh, neat. We can use them to create ethereal currents. From Namathrang into the Crystal Tower. I appreciate the effort they're going through right now to list where all of these ideas came from, because it makes it feel like a little less of an ass pull that we're just getting all these random new powers. Whoa. For a second, I was like, "Oh, they just reused the node thing, the node asset," and then it did that. Yeah, I used to joke that it's always the 4 A's: Allagons, Asians, Ancients, or Ether. The 4 A's. So we'll just be able to use the transmitters to guide the energy to the 13th. Cool demo. They should have put 0 on the other end of it, like, nom, 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 nom. I'm not proud of how many risks we take, says woman who takes the most risks. I like how the transmitters are just so entwined that we can put them in different dimensions and they'll figure it out. You know, with 0, I think I'm coming around on something that used to annoy me. As the game has gone on, they have altered things in the lore, kind of behind the scenes. I use the word retcon, but I use it differently than a lot of people do. Like, I don't only use it for when you subtract stuff out, when everybody hates that. I also use it for when you add stuff in that kind of reframes something into a way that it was never supposed to be. But it's not really a contradiction because they never really explained it. If you add, reframe, alter, it's still retroactive continuity, but it's okay. It's good writing. It's a skill. And the Void has been, I mean, Ether too, but the Void has been one of the targets of that. And going from, oh, it's just like the place where everything that we don't know of comes from, this dark realm of scary things. And then it became the 13th shard, which had been consumed by darkness. And then a lot of the Void stuff kind of got tweaked and brought into alignment in Shadowbringers, because they really wanted that like light is bad expansion. And in creating the Sin Eaters, I think they kind of polished up what the Void Sent are and changed that a little bit. And it created this idea in the fan base that we're just gonna bring Eden over and we're gonna save the Void. And it felt so weird to me to take this dark place that was just an excuse for all the demonic looking mobs and actually save it into a healthy shard. It felt like such a escalation and this journey towards something that shouldn't and wouldn't have been possible. But I think I'm coming around to the idea of, I think the way we said it before was we wouldn't save the whole thing, but we'd save like a small part of it just to show that it was possible, and then we'll save the rest like next year. And it felt like a bit of a cop-out. But there's been this symmetry between the 13th and the 1st the whole time, especially in Shadowbringers, where you have the fall of the third, or the fall of the first. The fall of the 13th guarantees the fall of the 1st, being one of the lies the Ascians told, because the universe likes balance. And to have them both end up in a place where the 1st has almost been totally consumed, but we saved a small part of it, and the 13th has been almost totally consumed, but we saved a small part of it, that'd be cool. I'd take that, because at least then we're bookending it with narrative symmetry. I don't think we'll ever fully save it now, because then they won't have the opportunity to create one of the major classes of new mobs. I don't think they'll ever give up making new Void Sent. It's one of like the coolest sources of enemies. Agreed, Pash. I think one of the lingering Ascian plot threads was, what the hell were they even going to do with the 13th? Because the original thing we were told about it was that it's irrecoverable. It can never be rejoined. There's nothing to rejoin. It's gone. And it feels like that's been walked back a little bit. So at least as we do this, we see what might have been. Oh, so yes, good point, Rem. If all Void Zens get removed, they won't be able to use Reapers. Thanks to the Subnormal Mighty. I've actually really enjoyed that, Kendrick. The like when the Ascians were first introduced, they were kind of like these immortal mages with millennia-old machinations, and we could never hope to beat them. And the revelation that they were kind of winging it and wrong about a lot, I think makes them really relatable and interesting enemies. So we've got our plan. We've got our plan to channel Ether. We're gonna create new streams with these transmitters. We just gotta go set them up. I think there were a few ways the plot could have gone and didn't. One of them being that you only needed like 55% of Zodiark, his half of the ether, to... I've lost the button. Oh no. Come back. They redeemed Rabbit Familiar. We gotta keep it. So I was thinking if you got like 55% of the ether, you could get Zodiark back, and then you could use his power to fix the void somehow. Oh no, I just walked by the NPC talk you wanted. I know how to check what it was. Check with me after the stream, and I will pull up what it was. I think this line speaks to how far we've come. We'll just fashion an ethereal form. Hard ghosts. It'll be easy. To demonstrate the principle of being able to have ethereal traces that go in streams between shards, I'm just gonna teleport there. Y'all can find your own way. So I've got this thing I do, Gold, where anything that, like, kind of sticks in my craw, I make it a goal to try to come to terms with it and find a way to like it by paying attention to all the little things they say along the way. And one of the things I really liked about the Asians in that respect is they have this assumption that they've already mastered everything, that there's kind of nothing left to learn. They lived in paradise, they just need to figure out how to get it back. They had perfection, they just need to figure out how to get it back. There's nothing new under the sun. And so one of the things that holds them back is that man never has that sense. Mankind never has that sense. Especially the Warrior of Light thinks, okay, if I've only got two paths and I hate both, I'm gonna blaze a third path. Even if it seems impossible, we're gonna figure out one. And that's why Emmet Salk didn't see the Crystal Tower coming, didn't see Graha coming. They never saw the opportunities that maybe we'll find in the 13th. Wicked White, is nothing ever simple with you? Thank you, Backlog, Voice of Reason. I guess we can just walk there. What are you doing over here?
Restoring the elements to the empty may allow life to flourish there once more. But that isn't enough to return the environment to the way it was. No, we need to gradually reintroduce life, beginning with plants. Not just any plants, though, but those that won't be a burden on a weakened land. Such as...
Nice to see she's found some stuff to do in our absence. Thank you for the sub, no soul. See, I feel like if I was watching this scene, just coming up behind her like, hey, how about coffee plants? Would look really good, but I'm gonna take an interest, or I'm gonna take an opportunity to compliment her. It's been a while. Thank you for the bits.
Oh,
Returning as
welcome
Geo.
surprise. It seems you caught me rambling to myself. How embarrassing.
It's okay, I do it all the time.
I've been studying botany, you see. Hoping that the knowledge would help our work in the empty. But never mind that for now. What brings you to the Crystarium? It was my understanding that the final days were behind us. You wish to combat this otherworldly threat with the power of light? Please, let me help.
Wow, she accepted that story so easily. She didn't even let out a, huh, that's interesting, or wow, weird.
Though I've lost my connection to Hydaelyn, I can still manipulate light to a degree. If there is a chance I could save others with that power, then I have to try.
Hey, Camel.
'Tis done. Zero is now with us in the flesh. The spirit vessel I shall hold on to for operating the tower. This will help me to make sense of the controls, will it? There's a levity in his words that wasn't there before. It heartens me to know he is well. I shall see to the preparations, as per his instructions.
My thanks for your help.
Think nothing of it. That said, 'tis customary that my kind receive fitting payment for services rendered.
Oh, I bet Zero can relate to that.
Not unlike we Void Sent, then. In that case, you may devour some of my ether.
Are you mad? I'll do no such thing. The very suggestion is absurd.
Now, let's calm down. We all have our preferences, and I'm sure no offense was intended.
I shall attend to the tower now. The rest, I leave to you.
Zero, was it? My name is Reen. It's a pleasure to meet you.
We all have our preferences. Cash, money, cash money, flaming hot curry, dubiously erotic handshakes that siphon ether from your friends.
This world isn't what I expected. While light is indeed strong here, it's not pervasive or overwhelming. Everything looks much as it does in the source.
We have the Warrior of Darkness to thank for that. If you're interested, I would be glad to show you around.
I'll introduce you to my friend, who is just as edgy as you.
Just an ordinary sky. Ordinary and beautiful. To think that after so much loss, they could reclaim this.
Dragon. Hi, Rockle. Bye, Rockle. Potential repercussions of our plan, you say? Concerned about the optics, basically, of using the power of light in a world that thinks it's a bad thing, a traumatic thing. They don't want to ruin the image the Crystal Tower has, undermine its existence as a symbol of hope. Yeah, they've gotten really good at taking what would usually be kind of like a time sinky fetch quest, gotta go out of your way, gotta do something, and turn it into like a systemic interaction with your environment, where it's kind of going both ways, where we actually have to consider how other people feel about our actions and then address that directly. It's not just like a side errand, it's like integrated with what we're doing really well. But nevertheless, a side errand it is. So we will be going to Yulemoor. I think Zero's about to make it all the way through the do a whole cutscene without tipping your hat challenge. You got this, girl. Now the problem, though, is that I didn't start looking from the very beginning of the cutscene, so she may have tipped her hat earlier on before I started paying attention. So that's how you know Zero's Warrior of Light material, the stoic nod. She's got it down pat. Alright, off to Yulemoor. The Chais can help us figure out how to sell this one to the people. Not another world-ending threat, surely not. Diplomacy. It's been a while since I've been here. I don't want him to think I only come around when I need a favor. Perfect reply, sir. Yeah, I definitely have my own interpretation of a lot of cutscenes. If you go back and you watch like my journey through, I have picked some unpopular options for my own reasons because I always think about what Moose would do. Moose is his own personality. The first option here was phrased in a way like, "Hey, I've come to inform you that I'm doing this thing. By the way, hey, haven't seen you in a few months. I would like to cordially inform you that I'm about to scare the shit out of your populace, and maybe you can help me stop that from happening." So I went with the diplomatic one, even if it probably felt like I was buttering them up. I think the thing that like stands out to me is that the guy standing right next to him was just talking up talking up his skills as mayor. So really I'm reading the room. It's not the buttering up isn't for him, it's for the other people who can see it. I'm respecting him instead of showing up and telling him what I'm doing. I don't want to show up like, "Hey, I'm voluntelling you to help me out." Oh, we're gonna reframe it. We're gonna present light in a more positive light. I don't know, if I was gonna reframe it, I was gonna be like, "Hey, you know how you guys don't like light and you've got too much light? I'm gonna take some of that light off your hands. I'm gonna get rid of some of that. There's gonna be even less light, but I need to move it through the crystal tower. Do you mind? Do you mind if I take some of the light away? Get rid of some of it for you? Just in case it was ever gonna come back with a vengeance, you know? Or keep it in its place." Hey, do you remember that time I made the skies dark? I think I can make them even darker. Ooh, here we go. We're starting to touch on our theme of trust. Alright, where are we headed? Where are we headed? Where are we headed? We got an optional over here. You'll notice as I'm running around that I open my map entirely too much. Like, redundantly open my map. If you think it's annoying here, wait till you see me play a horror game. Those dancers engage with the poles in such strange ways. Are they pantomiming battle? A soldier thrusting his spear into the ground and using it to launch themselves at an enemy. Perhaps. Perhaps. Bancred told me once that people come to these places to savor some memories and drown the others. Wow, deft description there. I can see the appeal, but don't worry, I know I'm still a bit too young. Oh yes, they still go on dates. Pessimistic patron. Reen looking at the female dancers. I can see the appeal. Okay. Very uplifting. Our job here is done. Ooh, that music comes out of nowhere. I like how we have the 1.0 staircase here, but not at the actual drowning wench. Not in here, right? Good. Making sure everybody gets their steps in. I could have jumped. Would they jump? I think I just ran by it. Yep. Now we're really getting their steps in. Do y'all jump? Come on. Damn it. Whee! Oh, they teleported. Solemn soldier. A perfectly normally dressed custom delivery NPC. I actually don't customize their clothes. I respect their uniqueness. Alright, we got one believer. Which one of these is the way out? I have no memory of this place. Oh my god, that's right. I gotta finish the sightseeing log. I've gotten into this horrible habit where, like, I just read it on the internet and then I'm like, yeah, I know the lore now. I'm done. My sleep deprived brain doesn't like this at all. We're gonna go upstairs. Then we're gonna use the etherite. I'm so glad you can use the etherite without them disappearing now. Hey, Nins! Oh, why'd you have to say that? We can dress them up in cyberpunk clothing. Tempting. I can put the Aliapos in Total Deal With It sunglasses. Alright, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Thank you so much, Takashi. Though, I will warn you, when it comes to stream time, the lore opinions are very rough takes. Usually I gotta read them, translate them, compare them to old text, browse stuff, then I have like good informed opinions. When you're watching the stream, you're lucky if I even read it accurately. Also, my brain likes to glitch and make me say the wrong nouns. Alright, back to chai. As much as I would love to get sightseeing logs out of the way, I don't want to hold up anybody's time. I do have self-destruct, I think. Pretty sure. I have Blue Mage at level 70, but none of the 70 skills. Alright, hold on. Where do I go? Back down the stairs. I even have blue on my hotbars. Am I gonna lose them if I die? What happens if you self-destruct when you have NPCs in tow? Alright, yeah, we just came up with an experiment. That's gonna make it. Hold on. We're gonna go try it out. Now this isn't a digression. This isn't wasting people's time. This is science. More steps, more steps, more steps. Burn off them coffee biscuits. Okay. 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 First things first, I gotta find... I got a gear set for blue in here? Yeah. Okay. And then we gotta find where I put self-destruct. What number is that one? Self-destruct. That on here. Already on my bar. Nope. They just stand there like this is normal. They know I'm weird. They're not even phased. I hit the wrong button! I failed! I failed. I told you I'm sleep-addled. My sleep-deprived, addled brain. You subcasted Esna. I'm pretty sure that there's a faster way there than this even. I'm pretty sure I'm failing on multiple levels right now. I have been awake just short of 24 hours. My brain does not like novel tasks right now. Hey, Fox. Yeah, I can't brain right now. I have the dumb. 5 minutes? But I want it now. This is America. Well, I guess we'll go talk to Chai. And we'll learn where the Ethernet is, too. You can reset it with an uncapped instance. Ooh, I like that. Ten-minute warning. That sign can't stop me because I can't read. Success! Okay. Accept. Raise. Okay, task failed successfully. Thank you very much. Bravo. Okay, on with the show. Oh, look at that. for people who can actually observe things. I really love Blue Mage, and I really want to support the limited jobs. Especially because the more people that enjoy them, the more likely we are to get, like, Puppet Master or Beast Master and cool stuff like that. It's just a shame that Blue Mage is very rarely a better choice than something 10 levels higher than Blue Mage. So it's going to be a very, very niche. You got to say anything different? Yeah, all levels being equal, blue dominates, and that's probably part of why they won't let it be the same level as everything else. But I don't know. I'm really rooting for other systems to get used. I'm actually really surprised that they haven't come up with any more branching jobs. I thought there were some cool opportunities to do another branching job. Like a ranger that doesn't play music, because I know some people were kind of bummed about that. With my luck, they'll actually go the other way, and they'll undo that scholar and summoner are linked, and I'll have to level that that separately. Yeah, that makes sense that it's a nightmare on the back end. Oh my god, dude, evil. Oh man. In the Stormblood era, I had an interview with Yoshi at PAX that Gamer Escape sent me to. And we actually asked him at the time. This was before there was any news about like the Ishgardian restoration or Diadem or anything like that. We were like, hey, like back in the day there was some content that you could do with a gatherer that wasn't gathering. Like it could actually contribute to some of the content sometimes, like hamlets. Do you ever think a gatherer might contribute to something again or participate in something again aside from just going out there and gathering stuff? And his answer was like, he just took a minute and he stared at us and he went, what? No, the fans told us never to do anything like Hamlet ever again. If you have never heard of Hamlet, in the final days of 1.0, there were these really interesting scripted battles where a bunch of mobs would like lay siege to like Aleport or something. I forget which hamlets they were. Hearsmill, those kind of ones. And as the mobs ran in, you would have to fight them off, and they would come in waves, and there were different strategies for getting rid of them. but some of the stuff you could do in a hamlet could only be done by gatherers and crafters. So you actually had to work together. Gatherers, you actually like crafted stuff and used it in the battle to get rid of the things. And if you all worked together, you could get rid of them in a way that got you a really high score. And then you could use the really high score to get items that didn't exist anywhere else. And those items were invaluable for some of the last content. I'm pretty sure I actually wore, some Hamlet stuff in the Darnus fight. I didn't beat Darnus wearing it. I beat Darnus solo healing on a white mage, which I didn't know anything about. But yeah, Hamlets were very specific. If you wanted a very high score, you had to do, like, if you wanted the top score, you had to do it in a very specific way. And that required crafters and gatherers, which made people who didn't do that content very, very salty. And Yoshida still has some trauma from that, apparently. There are a lot of 1.0 items that are still in the game. I have a few of them hanging around that I'm sentimental about. I'm pretty sure I still have a lunar curtain from the Darnus fight. Kept my commemorative coin from the reforging of the Grand Companies. I miss Parlay. I'm glad they put it back in the toy box. The original 1.0, you didn't have to do combat. You could play the entire game as a crafter. They did not make you do combat at all, ever. And so when you got to a main scenario quest that involved content, or like battle content, instead of fighting the enemy, you could just debate it. It'd be like this dramatic showdown, and you'd be like, oh yeah? Well, what about the current price of linseed oil on the Uldon Marcus? And they'd be like, excellent point, I'm gonna leave. You can still play the tile game in the toy box. See, Rendon is like the real politic to China's sincerity. I'm gonna pretend that I buttered up chai in front of them because it was like we're in public with Rendon. I just really didn't like the idea of coming to his house and telling him I was about to like affect his city. Whether he liked it or not. Feels like I'm just showing up like, hey, I'm having a party on Saturday night, if that's all right with you. Whoa, Zero is contemplating her purpose in life. We have come a long way. You know, I've been holding all these materia for a really long time, and I think I don't have any Quick Arm 9. Wait, do I have Quick? I think it may be Quick Arm 10 I'm missing. Yeah, the blank slot continues. Anybody saying anything different? Nope. Off we go. Alright, off to see Runar. The real reason Y'shtola is so interested in figuring out shard travel. PSA for those interested, Twitch Prime members can get a copy of Ghostwire Tokyo for Epic Games for free. That game was really cool, actually. I'm gonna back Zellion up on this one. You should get it. Ghostwire Tokyo is this... There's one caveat. It has a ton of mythology and information from Japan about kind of their, like, the spiritual worldview and the mythological worldview. You can learn so much about the basics of it from Ghostwire Tokyo, and I always talk about the relationship between Shinto and Gridania. You might be able to see some of it if you really dig into Ghostwire Tokyo. The story is only about 5 or 6 hours long, so it's a very short story, a very beautiful story. Where it all falls apart is that the map is enormous and beautiful and filled with entirely too many collectibles. Like 7 times too many collectibles. Like, by the time you finish all the collectibles, you will not remember any of the 5-hour story. It is just an absolutely absurd amount of collectibles to justify the size and beauty of the map. And the fact that there's not a new game plus, that drove me crazy. I'd really love to keep the collectibles and just one-shot the story so I could see it, because it was a good story. Anything else going on? Nope. Okay. Oh, hey, Jaco. What are you doing here? You're outside the confines of your usual fandom. I'm totally down with a sequel to Ghostwire. Well, it's nice to see you, Jake. See, now we're gonna go with the first one, because think it is Moose. We need to speak with you as leader of the Knights Blessed. It's important. That sounds like pressure. That sounds like responsibility. I don't want him to tweak out. But if I tell him a great plan is in motion, he might step into the vacuum like, ooh, I get to be a part of that. Woo! All right, here we go. Master Matoya's world is in danger. Now he's on board. My headcanon is that Y'shtola likes him just as much as he likes her, but she knew she had to go home, so she just kept that to herself. She's not ready to engage those feelings if she has to lose them. If you gotta lose them, you can't even let them out. So she's just like, nope, don't like you. And now that she's back in the source, she wants to go back and see him, but she won't admit that either. So she's just like, hey guys, I'm gonna figure out shard travel for science for no reason, just science. I figure we may want to know how to do that someday for science. Hey, picking up dimensional folding as a hobby is like pretty on par with Y'shtola's general sense of OP. But will she have that power in Dissidia? And what will she use it for there? So Runar's down with the plan, and because he understands that anything being in an ascendant position is bad, they just happen to have brought their culture around the comfort of dark. It is the wielder who is righteous or evil, not the weapon. Remember when we thought that was going to be Shadowbringers? When we were going to wield darkness for righteousness, and then we didn't do that either? As a warrior of light, I relate to Zero so much because she only has 3 reactions to NPCs. She just like me for real, for real. Narrator, he had totally forgotten. Thankfully, Moose used the power of the Echo to look into Runar's memories and remember what the hell it is they say to each other as a customary greeting. Do I say it here? There was a time when I knew almost all the lore in the game off the top of my head. And now there is too much game and not enough brain. Now I remember where to look for things. I have an archive, and now I know where to look for it. Usually I don't know the thing. I know the thing to search for. But yes, thankfully I have a computer and Control F. Zero just got the Gatorade bucket dumped on her. Yeah. 3 lore books worth of material to read manually. Yeah, Jaco, hold on. Mount guide on. There's actually a few motorcycles in the game, but I'm used to using this one. So this was, if I remember right, a 7 reference. And if I remember right, you can still get it in the cash shop. They also brought in the car from 15. And when you want to fly, it transforms like a freaking Gundam. Just like in the game. 15 had so much potential. It really did. It's such a shame. No monster truck form. It's true. The fact that multiple people just pointed out that the car explodes if you touch a pebble shows that I am definitely surrounded by my people. Is that the sound link shells here make? Did I never notice that? Whisperweed, that's right! Oh my god. I'm impressed they remembered that. I forgot all about that. There's gonna be a lot of stuff from Shadowbringers that I'm actually kind of fuzzy on. I started grad school right when it came out. And I was just barely keeping up with the game. And it was a rough expansion lore-wise to not get to go over as many times as I usually do. Usually I see every piece of lore like 200 times. The good thing about it being Shadowbringers that I missed so much of, the repetition on, is that it's fairly self-contained. So once we left it, I'm not missing stuff as much in the main story that continues on. But also, there's this whole separate, isolated thing that I still struggle to remember basic names in. Like, instead of Ondo, I'll just be like, oh yeah, first Sahagan. If you're ever against me in a trivia contest, just ask me to recall something from Shadowbringers. Instant win condition. Check you later, Fuge. I remember many 1 NPCs from 1.0. Especially our lost homie Pissed Pirate. Obligatory Memento Morris. All right, we're getting cooperation for the transmitters.
So this is the flood of light. I don't remember much of the time when darkness consumed the 13th. Just the cold and the emptiness.
Zero? Are you all right?
I'm fine. You're the one who stopped this.
Oh, no, no. That was the first Oracle of Light, Minfilia. She's since left us, but I inherited her power and legacy.
I see.
Zero and Reed. Two people who never need follow-up questions.
Let's get started then, shall we?
Oh, the graphical update means I'm gonna I have to say goodbye to my pixelated eyebrows.
The other transmitters are set. Whenever you're ready.
That was easy. How many of them did you have?
Light.
Thought we only had like 5 or 6.
It's almost too much for one steeped in darkness, like me.
She's so emo.
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero. Alive. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today.
If this power were mine to wield.
I will not succumb! Not to darkness! Nor to light!
Zero! She's taken light into herself.
Well, yeah, she's a warrior of light. She can't resist licking flagpoles. That's what we do. Don't worry, she'll be fine. We'll worry about her for like 12 hours, and then she'll roll over and tell us it tastes like snozberries.
Her body struggles to contain it. She needs help. Thank goodness.
Better now,
A little too soon.
I think.
Then you're very, very lucky. Whatever possessed you to do that?
I had to know if I could command the light. If I could change my fate. Once, I would never have dared to dream it. But your friendship and your trust has helped me to see new possibilities. In myself and everything else.
That, on the friendship, that was good. That was really good.
Perhaps that's why When I beheld this world once damned yet saved, I saw the potential for mine to be saved as well. To become a world where light and darkness are in harmony, and life flourishes. A world where we're not consumed by insatiable hunger, but filled with hope for what we might create together. If I had the strength, perhaps I could make such a dream reality. Perhaps I could awaken us from this endless nightmare. That's what possessed me.
If that's your heartfelt desire, then you mustn't be afraid to share it. There was a time when I lacked the courage. To voice my desires was to burden those I love, or so I convinced myself. But then I met those who believed in me. They helped me to believe in myself, and find the strength to live. And so long as I'm alive, I know that I'll be fine. No matter how dire things seem. No matter, to be able to think that brought me peace. And it's a blessing I owe entirely to my friends.
Those who believe in us. I will remember your words. I know all too well that there's a limit to what we can achieve alone.
As a friend, I'd like to help you fulfill your dream. If you wish to take in more light, I can keep the power in check and help your body accept it.
Ah, yes. You mentioned having to absorb light. That you still live is proof of her ability. Right then. I'm counting on you. Here I go. I can feel it. The light's warmth welling within me.
Such a goth whisperer.
Then I believe it worked.
With this power, I will return to the void and fight for the world that once was, and for those I hold dear.
Oh man, if we succeeded in letting Zero be the thing that transmits the lights, that final scene's gonna kick ass. I hope they give her like a straight up us throwing the axe through Emmett Selk scene. I want to see like Green have like a pastel goth phase, Like, she works at Hot Topic with her friends, but she's not totally into it. Okay, before we start this one, quick 2-minute break, stretch break, bathroom break, drink break, whatever you need. We will be back in just a moment. Okay. Water is refilled. We are ready to go. Oh, I am so ready for Neo Tokyo Gear. Where's my PvP profile? Okay. I saved up 18,500 from 2 seasons ago. I got all of the ones from last season unclaimed, and I'm gonna earn all the ones from this season. I'm gonna get every set. I'm gonna get all of the Power Rangers in disguise as teenagers costumes. I should stream my PvP. I'm not terrible at PvP right now. I finally figured out how Machinist works. I've been playing that one in Frontlines, though. I haven't been playing that in CC. I find unexpectedly Paladin to be my favorite in CC. The LB is just the best. It's the best. When you can actually, like, be an effective distraction and an effective annoyance, and your team is fallen behind and you need to push the crystal and you launch the Paladin LB and everybody dies unexpectedly because they never see it coming from the tank. Oh, it's the best feeling. While on break, I should check my Steam. Uh-oh. We still have to beat the last Zero Escape. I have a rule that I will play a game if you buy it for me. But you have to express the intent. You have to be like, I bought this, so you have to play it. Sarah recently bought me like 75 hours of Zero Escape. Enjoy the suffering, Rockle. I will check that before we log out and not keep everyone in suspense. We'll see what I've just been roped into. There is a caveat. You can't abuse the privilege to make me play something like super inappropriate or outside of my acceptable limits for this kind of stream vibe. I reserve the right to blackball if I think you're just messing with me for the sake of it. Yes, we are on the third one. We are on Zero Time Dilemma. I wasn't streaming them on Twitch because they're really long visual novels that are like, there's a lot of repetition and a lot of like jumping around, and they're very hard to follow, and a lot of it is just sitting there silently reading, and it didn't really seem like it would fit great with the vibe. But I've been streaming it to Sarah, and apparently some people are actually disappointed that they couldn't watch me sit there reading in silence. So I'm gonna stream it in the Discord server. I'll meet you halfway. You can watch along if you're into that. Baldur's Gate 3 is a horrible idea? I am so bad at games like that. I'm the guy who fails his way to success. It would be humiliating. You guys would be so pissed watching me play that game. Not in like the fun pissed way either. I'm the guy that spends 350 hours at the start of the game and then develops a technique for like transforming into you see that one where they like found a way to transform into an owlbear and then have the guy pull you up on the roof so that you can fall down onto things and just one-shot them? We actually have our one big game we've got a stream in the pipeline. I thought I was going to start it right when I got back from FanFest, but then, you know, medical emergency. I was like, yeah, it's just like a couple $100 upfront investment. We can make that back. Maybe we can make it back on the stream. I will play Hellblade if people really want me to, but I really believe that everyone should play Hellblade for themselves. It goes on sale for a really reasonable price. It's not a long game, and experiencing it first person, it is a journey. It is a really great journey that I think everyone should do for themselves. Preferably with headphones on. Yeah, I cannot recommend Hellblade enough. That game was a journey. It's just a medical emergency. What could it cost? $100? I actually haven't even gotten the bill for the ambulance yet. So I'm just living in several months of perpetual anxiety. My favorite. My favorite part of this journey, the medical emergency journey, by the way, is this is the current state. I am in the airport. I have been taken to the in airport medical clinic. Getting there was itself a journey. My advice is don't ever have a medical emergency 2,600 miles away from anyone who cares if you stand up again. They will leave you on the floor and they will board another flight over your ass. Anyway, I'm in the clinic. They have figured out that I have COVID. I've got tachycardia. I just threw up red coffee grounds in the trash can. My blood pressure's going up and down. So this guy decides, no, you're going to the hospital. You've got COVID, it's getting bad, and you're really dehydrated. We're sending you to somewhere that can fix that. And I'm going in and out of consciousness, so I don't remember for sure if this actually happened at first. I had to confirm with someone who was with me that this happened. Because as I'm laying there waiting to be put on a stretcher, I hear the doctor who's running the clinic go, "We have a COVID positive patient in here. Are you going to mask?" Nah. I am never gonna forget that nah for the rest of my life. The Loperts report that the brands are on the verge of failing. Oh, we are just in time again. Yes, I highly recommend if you have any sort of medical emergency, have it in Europe. I hear if you want anything routine though, don't do it in Europe probably. I hear that can be quite the wait list. It's a shame that we learned how to do this to Zero after all the Ascians are dead. This would have been handy a couple years ago. We should have been talking to Void Scent way earlier. Maybe we can ask for Zero's help, possibly redefeating Schrodinger's Ascian there. Aww, she's learning about friendship. Come on, feed my headcanon. Yeah! Why do all of my headcanons involve Y'shtola? Running joke for this channel. I wish I could screenshot this line and send it back to 2011 Moose. If all is in readiness, then I will assume my dragon form and fly to the moon. The Drowning Brand. Very cool name. It is the most FF line ever FF'd. You got anything to say about this? No, we're not interesting enough for him yet. That's okay. I know he's got really high standards for getting interested in things. Like, for thousands of years, Elidibus was just, like, standing on his lawn monologuing. Oh, everybody to talk to. The seal will break at any moment. Ooh. I bet this thing is full of slaps top of Voidgate. This baby can hold so many cacodemons. Also, referring to something I saw in the chat not long ago, yes, I am going to miss probably 98% of Final Fantasy IV references because I played that when I was like 14. I remember so little of it that I just claim to not have played it. And I have not played any of the adjacent 4 games. I really need to get on that. Which I say every year. Question, what job could they introduce in 14 that would convince you to abandon Scholar as main? I want to say nothing because then I'd lose the hat. And then, like, the hat is signature Moose now. I can't be Moose without the hat. And, like, this, I've had this glamour since 2014. Aside from, like, I occasionally adjust which hat or boots I'm wearing. But for the sake of giving an interesting answer, I think it would still be a healer, because I'm just so used to it now. If they made a mortarboard that wasn't Scholar locked, okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Hey, Lily. Let's see. When we were shitposting and debating the different healers that they might invent before Sage came out, we talked about the possibility of Chemist, and there was like all these jokes about it being like a frontline healer that throws bottles at people, and it made me think about Riku from FF10. and how she was like this combination thief pugilist thing, where it was like this fast punching item combining. I would really like something like that. Like if like imagine how you use like the mudra, right? If you could use that to combine different ingredients in your chemist kit to get different ethereal effects, that would be really cool. I don't know why, just I really liked Riku's job in 10. I have really fond memories of Riku. I think it would end up somewhere, it's hard. I want to say it would end up somewhere opposite of Red Mage in terms of utility, but it's like, it couldn't be a healer, because what if that showed up in Duty Finder and they weren't very good at it, and now you can't, it's too weak to actually get through. It sounds like it would be like a really hard thing to pull off. So I actually really resonate with like Star-Lore and Stargazer and all that kind of stuff. I thought I was going to become an astrologian, and I just didn't. And I would be down to become a sage, but I just didn't. If I could have sage with a mortar board, I might try it. But I just... like, hold on. Do you even recognize this man? Who is this? Like, the hat is required. He's like John Cena, he just disappears. Whoa, everybody turned and looked at her. Like, his hat is a necessary part of triggering my fusiform face area. I'm stoked they're gonna let us wear glasses on everything though. Mooses have glasses always.
Without further ado then. Light from beyond the rift, shine forth and banish the darkness.
Oh, that was a very anime declaration, Y'shtola. 1.0 Y'shtola would never do that. She's been hanging out with Graha too much. Though, as we've seen, 12-year-old Y'shtola would do that. She's just getting in touch with her inner child.
Excellent. The tower is replete with light from the Bath Areng. Commencing transmission.
Enterprise engage. Is this lore accurate? Is this like is this symbolism and metaphor, or is this lore accurate? Am I looking at...
It works! Light is flowing into the void!
I feel like I'm looking at like Elder Scrolls orrery right now.
May this light illuminate your way.
You can do it, Zero. I believe in you.
She loves her goth girls. Zeroma's coming through the portal. Oh, what is that?
Look, an opening.
It worked. Let us waste no time and sally forth. Alas, I fear the breach may be too narrow for you, Vritra.
For a blessing, I prepared my simulacrum for such an eventuality.
My true form shall stand guard here while we explore the chasm. 'Tis faint, but I sense the presence of a dragon. No doubt my sister's essence trapped within Zeromus.
Oh yeah, that was right. We ended on a note of like, how the hell do you just like call out to something that's already transformed into a void scent and have it just be like, oh yeah, I remember. We're really going back. We're really going back on old lore.
Not where she was held captive before, but somewhere much deeper.
The descent will not be so easy this time. The chasm swarms with void scent.
That sounds like a trust dungeon.
Summoned by Golbez, perhaps, or born of the residual darkness.
However they came to be, we shall cut a path through them. Is everyone ready? Zero?
My theory for the shards, until we got here, was that they are overlapping the same physical space at different metaphysical frequencies. So they're like stacked up in order, but all in the same space at the same time. Yeah, I'd like to believe that what we see in the ocular is like a visual representation of that idea.
That light should shine in the void once more.
There have been lots of times that what we see is more symbol than not.
No single one of us could have made it so. Only by joining hands were we able to kindle this light.
Do you see, Golbez? We needn't damn others to save ourselves. You knew this once, surely, when you tried to befriend me. When you were one of the precious few left willing to trust in another.
We'll teach him the power of friendship. Or we'll teach him the power of friendship.
But that man is gone. And in his place, a mockery of his beliefs. It's the same as before. Though we walk different paths, we seek the same destination. And yet... there is something I must know. truth that lies waiting in the dark.
I like this line from Estinian. Perhaps until now she just never had a chance to be who she truly is. That's a good line coming from him. The young boy who lost his brother before he had a chance to be who he truly was and became the doppelganger of Nidhogg. The Batman to Nidhogg's Joker. Stoic, not her hat tip. Stoic, not her hat tip. Okay, so I usually do trust dungeons for these, which are a little longer, I know, but it gives me a little more of an opportunity to look around. Before we go in, I'd like to remind you that I have not slept in a really long time, and my brain meats are glitchy.
Victory will be ours!
If you insist.
Yeah. Guard the entrance, Estinian. Alright. Y'shtola was thought of as a healer before she was thought of as a destroyer. She was thought of as a conjurer in 1.0. She, as far as this game is concerned, she invented the bubble. I do have a portrait, it's just broken. Maybe we... Can I update that in here? Nope. I had to get my item level up before the stream. I have new gear on, I forgot to fix my portrait. I like the sound that the plague makes here. When it does the bite, you can hear it go. Ow. Ow.
I will not hold back.
I believe the warding scales thing was earlier in the cycle. I have a memory of this.
That's far enough.
Whether my brain is making it up, I would have to do my research to remember for sure. Hey, what's the chrysalis doing up there? Did we finally find the father crystal? There are a couple of things that we never came back to that make me a little salty, and the chrysalis is one of them. I had this grand theory that just like you could go into the planet and you could find the ethereal sea and there would be the mother crystal, I thought it would be really cool if you could go into the moon and you would find a rift and there would be the father crystal, and then that would end up being the chrysalis, and then you would fight Zodiark there. Every shard had a father crystal is the implication that has been made so far. There's a scene where Fandaniel Zodiark reaches into his chest and is like, crunch! And allegedly that was him crunching one of them. And then when Zodiark Prime died here, all the others died, I guess. I think I remember them saying that. As always, if you hear me say it in like a stream, you should wait until I can like get citations. I like to give citations. And yeah, that's a good point. That is like kind of at odds with the Mother Crystal, but they had to leave that for an excuse for Xenos, so they might not even know or care too much about that.
Out of my way.
Which I understand why we had to do it, but at the cost of not including Midgardsormr in the end, that made me sad. Midgardsormr deserved to be included. Midgardsormr and the Chrysalis are probably the two biggest missed opportunities, even if I understand we had to prioritize. I just believe that like there's so many discussions in 14 that happen without citations that if anybody's gonna believe anything I say, they should ask for citations first, so that I can actually like show them. Keeps me sharp. I have no idea if they like switch things around, or it was never thought of that way, or what.
Got you!
They'll bring him back someday. It's just, will it be as good? Like, will the time feel as right as it did then? I have made my peace with Xenos' role in Endwalker because I was afraid he would have a different role and he didn't, so we're even. They met me halfway. Anything else? Oh, easy peasy. Dark Elf.
Got you!
Y'shtola, why would you lure me? I was in the right place. Why did you move? Okay, there, here.
Be gone! Got you!
No mercy!
That's far enough!
They definitely made Xenos' role tolerable. I was afraid that we were going to end up in a position where they wanted to wrap up the story, but the final bosses that we had available were like one guy who just really wanted to fight the Warrior of Light just because, and one guy who was like a crazy clownish Asian, and neither of those to me said like,
Hurry, Golbez! The city is already overrun!
Ooh, cool. Neither Fandaniel nor Xenos really, to me, stood out as characters that like inspire the world to come together against something meaningful and reflect on their values. And I was really afraid we were going to end up in a really awkward position.
First the villages and
we
now
didn't,
the capital.
so
Nothing is exempt from their avarice.
You forced my hand.
Hold on.
Enough!
What is this weather? Vacuity. Hey look, 1.0 Echo.
That's far enough.
If you did not play 1.0, in 1.0 you could actually engage with the Echo. It wasn't just an instant replay. It would create a scene, and you could actually live the scene. You could explore it and talk to people. And it created this like quasi-canon version of history. Because you got to see it from a perspective that no one else saw it to help find the truth. But it was really confusing for the people who didn't understand really how it worked. Because you could go into an Echo of one person, and you'd like meet Thancred in the Echo. And then you'd go into an Echo at another person, and Thancred would be there, but he'd remember you from the other Echo? And it was like, what does that mean? Is it just because you expect it? Is it because there's something weird happening? And it was very... No one really knew what to make of it. It was not well executed at the time. It was kind of a necessary evil because they didn't tell you for 15 levels that you had the Echo. You thought these things were happening in real time, and they were not. Yes, the only time you've ever met real Ida was in an Echo.
I cannot, will not fall here.
I also suspect that they were going to violate the one rule of the Echo in 1.0 and reveal at some point that you were subtly screwing with history. Because that's the only thing that makes sense of the foreshadow where you pull an item out of the Echo in the first time you use it. Which is the... I've tried to get them to tell me what was up with that, and they don't want to talk about it. They're like, only Iwao knows. Oh, hey. Cool.
They knew we were elsewhere. Cowards.
Hey, were these called Peists on the 13th? They used the word goblin. Oh man. Are they confirming it? Are they confirming this is maskless goblins?
I cannot, will not fall here.
I have always believed that the 11 concept art is what they look like.
Enough.
Yeah, the hypothetical time travel X-Pack is... We've believed in it for a long time, but we don't know what it will be. We all joke around that it's going to be Wings of the Goddess, War of the Magi. Which I will accept if we get, like, MSQ as a hot goth chick on the Mahachi cover.
This one is dangerous. Have care, Golbez.
I just think it would be, like, a really funny way to turn the tables if we had MSQ leaving 100% of people sexually confused in some way or another. Nearly 100%. Oh, pillars. Oh man, Y'shtola saved me.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Away with you! I will end this farce!
I am of the
Darkness, take you! Be gone!
I'm trying to trust Y'shtola because she can see ether. She's supposed to be better at mechanics than most people. Okay, there. Oh no, there. Okay, I think Zero's got this one. Okay, there we go. Nope.
I will not hold back!
Oh nice, this is just gonna repeat this little segment. Let me get more and more Vuln stacks until I finally learn how to remember where the safe spot is. So can I just trust that the spot that looked safe will stay safe? Nope. Next one's gonna kill me. Let's just finish this off. Let's just kill it. Just kill it. It won't be a problem anymore. Everybody, it's gonna be fine. More dots. More dots. Come on. I will need to look at the replay for that one. I am not immediately seeing the terribly obvious thing.
Ill. We've no time to lose. Such destruction. If only we had returned sooner.
I have this thing where, like, I either see it immediately or never.
This will hurt.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me to tell. If I get away from it and I have missed the obvious tell.
That's far enough.
Enough!
Oh, just don't even look at the floor things. Just remember the one with the exclamation point. I did that the first time. Okay. So the red things are not connected to the pillars. The red things are the zoomies. And as long as you don't get hit by the zoomies, you ignore the exclamation points. Got it. Thank you. My brain associated the red things with the pillars, and that's why it was going sideways. Original Hellhound? You're not the original Hellhound. The original Hellhound is the 1.0 one that looks like a jackal, but all fucked up. Lies. This game is lying to me again. Never trust the UI.
That's far enough.
Hey, I am old, and I love that Offspring song. I see you.
I think not. Enough!
Hey.
Out of my way!
Yeah, as a healer, that is my comeback for everything. But did we die?
I cannot, will not fall here.
Out of my way!
What are those things? I'm glad they're not dragons, I don't think, because that would have been messy. This is really cool. They did a good job on this atmosphere. Oh my god, even the way that it, like, hold on. Look at the way that it crosses from, like, that to that. And even here, it looks like a classic, like, NES, SNES style map design.
I dare say we'll be faster if we split up.
Somebody put some TLC into this one. Oh, right. Maybe I should go with my team and turn my UI back on.
No mercy!
Yeah, now that Sakaguchi-san plays the game, you know it's gonna end up in one of his tweets. You want it to be a positive tweet. I love the number of people that, like, get mad at Final Fantasy games for not being Final Fantasy enough. And then Sakaguchi plays it and he's like, this is my new favorite Final Fantasy. They're like, no, how could you? Vampirus. Ooh, come on. Let me see. Let me see. Nice. No. Come on. Nice. Hey, it may be reskinned succubus, but I welcome as many reskinned succubi as they would like to put in the game. Hey, purple tights, red hair, and a bra is very much a vampire outfit if you have played anything Vampire the Masquerade.
I am of the first brood!
That was cool.
Golbez! This can't be happening. Not to you. My friend. My hero. I will stop you even should it cost me my life.
Wow. Even cooler. Not only is the mask really cool, but the voice actor just started going really hard.
So be it. I will fight you with all my strength. Ether to fortify my blade.
Oh man, you gotta remember him much earlier. Delayed arrival.
I need power, light or dark, it matters not. Such savagery ill suits you.
Oh wow, you get vuln stacks for every one of the red things. I'm dead.
This before.
Let's
see how you fare now.
Just go 22 seconds before you use that one again. That's all we got. That's all we need. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Even so, I'll not be bested. Not this day.
Y'all.
I will not hold back.
Prepare yourself.
What is that?
It's over, my friend.
Darkness, take you!
Ominous jazz music.
Out of my way!
That's far enough!
You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now.
This one's fine. Just don't do the one with the spiralies on the floor. I don't like that one right now.
I am your end! I am your end!
No, not this. I do not have the reaction processing time for this one right now. So don't trust the trust in myself. Don't make me learn things.
I will fight you with
I just
all
want
my
a cookie
strength.
and a nap.
Ether to fortify my blade.
Okay, ignore the trust. We're gonna ignore the trust.
I need power. Light or dark, it matters not. Such savagery ill suits you. You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now.
Every time they bring in brass instruments to a battle theme, I feel like I'm in 1990s Gundam. This is like a Gundam Death Scythe battle theme.
I am of the first brood.
Even so, I'll not be bested. Not this day.
This will hurt.
Prepare yourself. It's over,
I am of
my
the first
friend.
brood.
That's far enough.
You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now.
Don't get one shot. Don't get one shot. Don't waste everybody's time. Don't get one shot. Okay.
Got you.
Even so, I'll not be bested. Not this day.
Oh, don't get one shot.
Prepare yourself. It's over, my friend.
Or excogitation.
Darkness, take you.
Very cool design. I'm glad we got to see more of the Memoriates transforming. One thing I like about Trust is that you see like way more of the battle than you would in a duty finder party. So you actually have to learn. Void Moon Coat of Casting. Dude, you better live up to that name. Is this a reskin? I feel like we've seen this one before. But it's in silver. Silver's a moose color. That actually looks pretty cool. Shows off the 1.0 tattoo. Not enough gear actually shows off the tattoo. I would love to wear it on more stuff.
Why? Why you and not me? You were the best of us. A paragon of virtue. I could never hope to be your equal. I am only the knight I am because of you. Because you believed in me! You would not wish to become a monster, preying upon those who fought to protect. But neither can I bring myself to kill you. So rest easy, my friend, and entrust your legacy to me.
Oh, we don't actually get to see the face? Oh, don't even get me started. I love watching all the theories for who the Azem shard on the 13th was. Every year we got a new contender.
You will never die. This I swear. Through me your name shall live on, as the hero who saves the world.
We've been released from the memory, 'twould seem.
If Golbez was the one sealed in this memoria, then the one we've been fighting is...
No more than an imposter playing at hero.
Durante, I presume.
I'll let this one play at its own pace.
A name long since lost to time. History shall remember only Golbez. Come what may, I shall deliver the world its salvation, and I will not suffer you to interfere.
Alright, do your thing, friendship him.
You seek to free all souls from the purgatory of undeath. And to that end, you would invade another world. While I cannot condone your methods, I understand your motive full well. For I'm driven by the same. I too wish to save our world. I too once thought I had to bear the burden by myself. That I had no choice but to walk my path alone. But I was wrong. We may yet strive together towards our shared goal. If you would reconsider your course.
If you possessed power which transcended that of Zeromus, then perhaps I would. But you do not. No, you are but another Voidsent like me. And what is a candle before the sun?
Perhaps we aren't all-powerful, and cannot effect great change in an instant. Even so.
Great change is what we need. Aught less has no meaning. Having glimpsed our past, you should understand as well as any. As Golbez, I dedicated myself to ending the Contra Memoria. I fought the corrupted Memoriates and attempted to redeem those twisted by their power. Yet try as I might, I was powerless to make any meaningful change. 'Twas then, when I was floundering in despair, that she appeared. The Ascian Igeom. Claiming to know how to excise the source of our woes, she showed me to the moon, where the servant of light abided. 'Twas he and his ilk who had granted men unnatural powers, she said, and now prolonged the war.
Wow, she really did go too hard on that plan.
Believing her every word, I struck him down and caused darkness to engulf the world.
What? Then it was you who...
As Emmett Selk once told us, the 13th was the Ascians' first attempt at a rejoining, before they fully understood the mechanisms at play. They failed because they sought only to awaken the sundered Zodiac without instigating a calamity in the source. The darkness they unleashed had nowhere else to go.
Having left a ruin of our world, the Ascian fled. I was a fool to trust them, to trust in others. Since that day, I have sought the means to undo my mistake. The world may be beyond saving, but I would at least restore the Great Flow. The dragon was an extraordinary windfall, a veritable font of ether that expedited my endeavors time and again. But it wasn't enough to achieve my objective. Far from it. For an eternity, I had to bide my time. But the day finally came when I acquired the power I sought. The remnants of the Ascian's god sealed within the moon suddenly dispersed into ether. With that ether, Zeromus could be conceived, and driven by the dragon's longing for home, it shall soon arise to destroy the barrier between worlds. Thus will the way open to the promised land, and the death we have been too long denied. Thus will I, Golbez, bring salvation to all.
Uh-oh. She's about to parlay.
So that is all you have left.
Say what you will. You cannot stop Zeromus's awakening.
But wait, have you considered the price of linseed oil on the Uldon market?
We're going after him, aren't we?
Aye. That's why we came, after all. And besides... when someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them. In others and yourself. Euless was right about that.
Well, we already did his trial and he's still here. We've got no choice but to friendship him. Still rubbing it in, huh? I see. Oh, hi, everybody. This makes me feel like people have been sitting in Party Finder for in a party for a while, which makes me feel bad. I'm sorry, people who have been waiting. Especially for dying to the spiralies and the colonies. Okay, if I'm being invited to a party, I'm going to make us wait 1 more minute for pre-trial stretch break, hydrate break, snack break, whatever you need to do. We will be back in 90 seconds or so-ish. We have the missing ingredient. We are going on to the end. We need gummy bears. Always gummy bears during last cutscene. No, probably do the battle first, huh? Earn them, maybe.
I had hoped to bear witness to the moment our salvation is realized. But nothing must be left to chance. I will stop you here, no matter the cost.
Yeah. Open up, bitch. Friendship is here. She's so cool.
Wounded as I am, I knew that I would be hard-pressed to fight you on equal terms. And so I lured you to this place, where the advantage is mine.
Ah, oh, beans. Thought we fixed that problem earlier.
The Archfiends live?
Impossible. Scarmiglione and Barbariccia were sealed in Memoria, while Cagnazzo and Rubicante died in the Source.
You're not wrong. They are not the true Archfiends, but shades born of their residual ether.
If they are shades, then their strength will pale in comparison. Even should they fight as one, we may yet prevail.
Agreed.
We'll tend to the Archfiends. Go and put an end to Zeromus.
You'll do no such thing.
Go! We'll join you as soon as we can.
She's so cool. Papoto just diving into the black hole. It's okay, he's small, his terminal velocity is survivable.
Too late. Zeromus will awaken, and it shall devour any who come between it and its desire. Your companion is no exception.
I wouldn't be so sure. Time and again, he has faced insurmountable odds.
But no matter how hopeless things seemed, he's never given up the fight.
I just met him, but he seems nice.
So long as he has strength of will to forge on, then so too shall we.
For we believe in him, and he believes in us. And together, our light can pierce blackest darkness.
Jeez. Now I'm going to make well, she's not totally gone if she's speaking dragon speak. Oof. Can we really use the Azem stone for everything forever if the theme is like leaving all of that part of the story that it came from behind? I love it as a plot device. Don't get me wrong. I love it as a plot device. I really hope that as like paying the tax for using this, they at some point explicitly say that Azem is dead and gone, that we are not Azem, and that Azem would be proud of what we've become, being ourself. Just like, at least lay it out there, so it doesn't feel like we're kind of tapping a power we shouldn't have to do something we shouldn't be able to do forever, every time. Because I know it's just we are able to use the old magic that calls upon our friends. It's just like thematically it feels a little weird, and it would be nice if we could like clean that up just like a tiny little bit. Especially since they laid like the barest groundwork that, to me, this is one of those times where like I would not take what I say as gospel ever, especially during one of these streams. But like I feel like they laid some groundwork for revealing that Vana let Azem in on the plan, and that Azem knew some things Azem should not have known, and perhaps went along willingly with what happened. It feels like some groundwork for that, and I feel like you could pivot that to like Azem would be proud of what we've become, not being Azem. I'm going with the first one. That was the stated mission. It would be cool if, like, as we traveled and we became more like the Traveler and saw more things in the world, that it, like, accidentally awakened little memories of Azem in the stone, and that was the mechanism for Azem's final farewell. Okay, now that all the Scions have given their speeches about how awesome I am and how I've totally got this, I am gonna make them look ridiculous. I am gonna die so hard. Yeah, I'm all for keeping the Azem Stone as a summoning plot device. I just want to see like a little tax, just a little tax. I like when SC pays the tax. They do a really good job with it usually. It's at least a little better than having to like justify how our friends just happen to show up every time. Though, do you think, like, in the lore, our friends are getting used to this? Like, they're just sitting around the Waking, or sitting around whatever the current equivalent of the Waking Sands is, and then you just kind of see the light, and you're like, ah, here we go. So much PvP gear. Oh, I forgot to fix my portrait. You're right.
Snows on. Spheres bends on.
I will explain the memory thought in a moment. haven't died, but my uptime is atrocious. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That looks really cool. Oh, I like that. Ow. There's the death. That is a delicious visual. Big fan. So I will explain the jump habit too, actually. In very early 2.0, when we were doing Titan, we were still on the Japanese servers, and Titan lag from the Japanese servers was uncomfortable at best. And there was a rumor, I don't know if this was ever confirmed, but there was a rumor that if you jumped, the server would update your position faster. And so as we were doing Titan, I got in the habit of jumping every time I made it to the safe zone. I would get into the safe zone by jumping. And I have never been able to break the habit. You'll see me do a lot of 2.00 era habits. There are some things I just can't, it's too ingrained in my brain. There's a good chance it was like, crafting skill ups based on direction and moon phase. I'm pretty sure it was just like a rumor that had no basis in fact. Dude, we lived and died by the crafting compass. We like set alarms to get up at the right time. But yeah, unfortunately, I will never stop jumping into the safe zone. Like, maybe if I started and stopped playing with gamepad at all. Maybe that. What is that? What is that? What's in the box? Three, four. I love these attack names. Nostalgia. Oh no, I want to be further back. I want to be further back. Oh, that was cool. Is that the right visual effect? Oh, I'll take that one. Thank you, team. Everybody is standing at the exit facing forward. So I assume I'm supposed to stand here. Was somebody taking a photo? Now they have all run over here. I am short. I will be in whatever the open space is. I also still take screenshots like it's 2.0, where we all just stand together and I don't go into G pose. Every time I feel like I'm back in front of the Bahamut part. What was the thing I was supposed to talk about at the end again? Oh, right. The Azem Stone. There are some weird kinks in the lore with the stones. So, in a voiced cutscene, so let's go back to when you first got the stones. Hythlodaeus' Shade says that the stones were made in secret by the originals, containing only the memories of the originals, so that they could help like awaken the shards to their true selves and kind of restore a version of them to their office. And it was like, if you accept that if you accept that the memories in the stone are your memories, that you're the identity in the stone, then you can become that person again. You can become that identity again. You can like align with that unique etherophysical wavelength and become that person's soul again. Or at least a representation of them. There are a couple of mentions, however, that seem to say something different. And one of them is a voiced cutscene. It's the one with Hylan. She says that the stone used to be carried by Azem, and that's very weird. It's very weird because it feels like simultaneously they've got this one set of lore where the stones were made by the originals, and this other set of lore where everybody on the Convocation used to carry it around like a job stone. And we've also got some... Well, he said that like Azem made the stone in secret, so I don't know how he could have ever carried it around. It's very strange. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna wait for SE to tell me what's up. But I do know that Themis used every ounce of his soul to convert it into energy to send us back in time, and then somehow enough memories of him existed in the the source's live stream to be resurrected into Pandemonium as a shade. Also, yes, it says that. Hold on, what did I say? Did I just brain glitch? Hyplodeia says Emmett Sulk made the stone in secret, so I don't know. Oh, Azem made the stone. Yeah, it just misspoke. We're good. From what I can tell, the official lore on the first day it came out was that the 3 originals made all of the stones except Azem's, and then sentimental Emmett Sulk was like, I'm gonna make Azem's anywhere. And that one's only Emmett Sulk's memories of Azem. That's what I thought. And then we have that weird comment by Heidelin, and I don't know what's going on there. But I feel like there's just enough wigginess in the lore that you could maybe have the washed clean memories of Azem floating around in the sea somewhere, and they could resonate with whatever Emmett Sulk put in there ethereal waveform wise. They could do it if they wanted to. They could justify anything if they wanted to. Weird shit's been happening since Stormblood ended, okay? I never say never anymore. See, I thought it was a typo at first. I thought it was maybe supposed to say that the bearer of the magic, not the stone. Yes, I think that's the best way to say it. Weird shit's been happening since they started letting Ishikawa make good shit. Ishikawa had the bravery to do things that shouldn't work if they were good. And that will forever inspire debates. But
are you all right?
I believe we can clean anything we need to up eventually. Ishikawa-san was nothing if not bold.
Yeah.
Like all Void Sent, Zeromus cannot be killed. Sealing it in Memoria is the only way.
Did she get through to him?
That it should come to this. I failed my dear friend. Fell for the Ascian's ploy and unleashed the darkness. And after an eternity of waiting, I find myself on my knees. How disappointed must you be in me, in the foolishness and futility of it all. No, I will not let it be for naught. I will not allow you to pass. I will triumph in my crusade.
There is no triumph to be found in this madness.
Can I just pause for a moment to say that after a few patches of being like a smooth and smarmy villain that just kind of has a nice, deep, calm accent, this voice actor is going so hard in the final chapter. I feel like this is his Elidibus moment where he really makes himself into a character.
Even if the veil were to be unraveled, it would not undo what darkness has done to the world. Nor would it bring Golbez back. From his slumber, you know there is no return. You're weak and imperfect. You know it in your heart. In spite of this, do you truly believe that you can save everyone? Are you sure you will not fail? I'm no better. Weak and imperfect and plagued by doubt. Which is why I need friends to walk beside me.
Light? But how?
This is proof that I believe in others, and they in turn believe in me. A light that illuminates the way in darkest despair. Be it in a ruined city locked in ice, or a world drowning in light, it was with faith in one another that life endured. I see it clearly now.
You think we are capable of the same?
It won't be easy. Having lived too long as Voidsent, we've forgotten how to trust. But one thing is certain. If Zeromus succeeds and everyone dies, we'll never have the chance to try. You asked me to join hands with you once, and I refused. I cannot take back that mistake, but I can extend to you the same offer. We can be better than we have been.
Of course. You were the Memoriat we met all those years ago. Yes, I remember now. We hoped you would join us in our quest to end the Contra Memoria. But you rejected us outright. It left both of us discouraged. Golbez most of all. If we could but overcome the fear that has shaped and divided us, we could change everything. Even in the midst of that terrible war, he never stopped believing in others.
You're Golbez now. If you would live up to his name, then you must trust in people as he did.
I cannot forgive what you have done to my sister, but she may yet be saved. If you can help us see her safely home and protect the source, then...
As Zero's friends, we should gladly share what knowledge we have to help you restore the Void.
You truly believe the world of old can be ours again?
I do. So long as we work together.
Perhaps next year.
We will disperse Zeromus's essence once more. The instant we do, you must call to Ajdaya.
Understood.
Uh-oh.
Zero!
Oh my god, is she going like full Shadowbringers moment?
The suffocating darkness, like that of the rift. Impenetrable, disorienting, untethered, and drifting further away.
I can't figure if we're going for like a Gaia moment or if we're going for like an Ardbert moment. Or both.
Be strong, Zero. Don't give up.
Hold fast to yourself. Look to the light within.
Both.
Your place isn't alone in the Dark Zero. Not anymore.
I'm kind of hoping the light just like bursts out of the scythe, like like Death Scythe. Why is it always Gundam with me? You got this.
Of course. With this power from beyond the rift, I can do it. I can save everyone.
Oh, what?
Golbez, if you would make amends, then lend me your strength.
She did her Shadowbringers Endwalker job change FF4 style. So it's like if you put like really hot water and really cold water in a glass at the same time, it just blows up.
O Urter, in. Kom an, tranquil.
Have care. Zeromus makes to resurrect.
Not if I have anything to say about it. No more, fiend!
They are going to let us go back to Zero's domain, so we're forced to see the statue again, right?
You're safe now, Ashdaya. You're safe.
Into hammer space it goes.
To my sister, I shall offer up the eye in this vessel. We, dragons, bring forth progeny with our very life force. That which my eye harbors should be enough to grant her corporeal form. Of course, This means I shall no longer have control over this vessel. I must ask you escort Ajdaya to the surface in my stead.
We came to bring her home, and we'll do just that. You have my word.
Thank you. At long last, we shall be together again.
Dragons are so weird.
Where are you going?
Our world may yet be restored. I thought it an impossible dream once, but having witnessed your miracles, I cannot help but believe. Nevertheless, I am the villain who wrought this tragedy, and in my misguided crusade, I compounded my sins. My place is not at your side.
Regardless of how you may feel, by lending me your strength, you've made amends. You've earned a new beginning. It's up to you what we become to one another. What we couldn't do yesterday, we might still do today. Working together. And should we want for strength, we need only rally more like-minded souls to our cause.
Is she gonna shake his hand? Did she like develop social skills and stop tipping her fedora and now she's good with handshakes? Are we really just going straight to handshakes?
So let's take the first step. The two of us.
It's so cute. Baby. Wait, can I talk to you? Yeah, your name's just hidden up there. Oh. Okay.
Words cannot well express my relief that we could rescue my sister, nor my gratitude to all of you.
I love that it's using like the sit on your head animations from the minion.
What of him, Golbears?
He felt it would be inappropriate for him to be present at your reunion with Ashdaya, and chose to remain down in the chasm. If you wish to hear an apology, however, I should be glad to drag him here.
Nay, that shall not be necessary. By his deeds hath he demonstrated his contrition.
So, what will you do now?
I've learned much, journeying together with you. Experienced things I could never have experienced alone. Together with Golbears, I hope to do the same as we labor to restore the 13th.
Then I suppose it's farewell for now.
So you're not gonna be at the next FanFest trailer?
Be sure to share with Golbears what you've learned of the Source and its reflections, as well as the true nature of light and dark. He is as resourceful as he is determined, and will surely make the very most of the insights.
Indeed. Once we've gained a better understanding of the situation, I hope we can rely on your counsel.
But of course, I too shall continue probing new possibilities, the better to be of aid when the time comes. Ah, speaking of which... From ocean rise and cloud bank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born. Come forth, my servant. I revised the incantation, which is not to say you know how it went before. Are we clear?
So, do you remember when I explained why her age is listed as 23? This is why. This is why. This is why it says 23. She doesn't really have biological immortality. This is...
Nidana provided me with spare warding scales, which apparently provide greater protection than before. This should keep the familiar safe. So long as you give the Nixie ether from time to time, it will persist and serve as a beacon for us to find you.
Already we find ourselves with a new ally. Thank you. When you have the chance, please thank everyone for me. Those in Razatan, Garlemald, Sharlayan. The first and on the moon. A lengthy list. A gift for Reen. In return for the light she helped me harness. It's the Memoria holding Zeromus. If used to augment darkness in the first, it may help to create balance between our worlds.
An excellent idea. Similarly, why not entrust the Archfiend's Memoria to Zero?
In that case, I shall pass them on to Golbez, to inspire and admonish him in equal measure.
Oh, who is not gonna choose this option? I mean, like, I do hope I see you again. Are you sure you're not gonna be at the one of the FanFest trailers? You sure? All right.
What? There are others from our world who seek to restore it.
Yeah, they're trapped in SideQuest NPC hell. Please rescue them.
Then please tell them this. Though we are worlds apart, in our shared objective, we walk as one.
Two handshakes in one expansion. This is gonna be like $29.99 in the Mog Station.
Sad though it is to say farewell, 'tis past time we returned home. Pray, climb upon my back.
They should introduce a system where, like, you have a moment to synchronize them, and if you do, you can actually, like, clearly fist bump or shake hands. I think they let you do that in Fortnite, and it blew my mind. Yeah, I could have introduced them to you while we were back on the first, but I didn't.
Till we meet again. No matter where we are, or how much time passes, our bond will endure.
While you were away, a rent in the fabric of reality suddenly appeared. Through it, we could observe you locked in furious battle. By the time it closed up, we had seen your victory. Well done, by the way. That's kind of funny. The, like... From our point of view, that's really cool, right? Like, we saw the rift open up as Zeromus was trying to go home, and we saw this on the other side. And so they're telling us that they saw that too, and it's like, oh, that's really cool. It's like boss field mechanics and lore and actual story together. But I'm imagining it from like their perspective, where they're just like standing around eating donuts, and all of a sudden, like, the... Uh-oh. And then it closes back up again. Woohoo! A day may come when the people of the Source and 13th work hand in hand. Oh, there we go. Another plot hook with nothing attached to it right now. Waiting for something to come along and tie a rope. One more possibility for Endwalker 2. We got shard travel, time travel, void travel, space travel. God, I did all the fighting. Can't you dispatch a messenger? Oh, it's a Rockle. What are you doing here? Power posing. Differential diagnosis is such a funny name for an attack. I love it. I suppose we'll have to rename our void sense slaughter bots now. A shame. The name just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Yes, I have not completed the Omicron quests. I'm really bad at dailies. Like, really, really bad at dailies. That is really funny, though. I am really, really bad at monotonous activities. Really, really bad. Like, if it doesn't provide any sense of novelty and requires frequent repetition, I am gone. Like, I need puzzles to solve. I need things to do. I need to explore. I am so bad at monotony. Aw, little shout out to Mom at the end. I like how he doesn't hold a grudge at all. Like, he killed me? Now I gotta go tell Euless that Zero didn't even come back and say bye to him. I thought we talked. I thought we made progress on this.
Oh, it's you again. Is everything all right?
She could have shook his hand. Do any of you use crime tools to...
So you were able to rescue Ashdaya. Thank the 12.
Do any of you use, like, crime tools to take those weird custom screenshots I keep seeing on Twitter? I feel like you could make a funny one of the Watcher on the first, just up there alone with nothing going on. Just like, the fuck they doing down there?
Channeling light from the first was rather ingenious. It may fall short of cross-rift travel, but it's still an impressive achievement in my book.
You're too kind. Suffice it to say, though, that I don't intend to rest on these laurels. There's always more to be done.
Zero stayed in the void, did she? Well, if I had known it would come to that, I would have said a proper farewell.
Yeah.
Thanks for what? I don't recall doing anything in particular for her. On the contrary, she's the one who risked life and limb. Still, I'm glad that she got something out of her time here. As the days roll on, things will change for the both of us. But some things will remain as they are. As far as I'm concerned, Zero will always be a friend and comrade. And I will never forget her.
So killing the Watcher on the first may have stopped the calamity, right? You should put that in an interview, just to watch him, like, squirm a little bit.
If she's working tirelessly to restore the 13th, it wouldn't do to be outdone here. When next Zero visits, we must see to it that you have a shiny new Garlemald to show her.
Garlean restoration quest confirmed.
Indeed. And speaking of rebuilding, there's a matter I'd like to discuss with you and Alphino. Word has spread of our dealings with Razat Han, and people are excited by the prospect of standing on our own 2 feet again. Naturally, it won't be straightforward. It never is. But on the whole, I have a good feeling about things.
In other words, it may be time for us to limit our involvement, that Garleans might take the lead. I can see the sense in that.
No, that's not what I meant at all. Seeing as things are going well, we want you to take a rest. A proper rest. That's what I wanted to say on everyone's behalf. You've done so much for us already. Toiled beside us in the cold for far longer than anyone could ask. You've earned a reprieve 100 times over. So go on. Step away from here and head wherever you like. But if it were me, I'd choose somewhere warm.
Like a summer vacation expansion.
I was thinking of taking a break anyway.
Far be it from us to go against such a heartfelt request. Though I would be lying were I to say matters here wouldn't weigh on our minds.
We could take a leaf out of Zero's book and roam about for a while. Maybe visit nations who share little history with Garlemald. Look for opportunities to foster future relations. We might learn something of recent foreign affairs that has escaped our notice.
As an independent party, we would be well suited to the task. An excellent idea, Alize.
Well, that hardly sounds like a rest at all.
To us, it is the best kind of rest. Stimulating and meaningful.
If it's settled, then let's return to Sharlayan and consider our options. What about the rest of you? Do you have any plans?
We're indebted to Lord Fortuneau and his colleagues for their cooperation. 'Twould be meet to report on the outcome of our mission.
Then it seems we are all bound for Sharlayan. Upon arriving, let us seek out Atheles at the Rostra and have her notify Father.
Take the Ethernet, Moose. Take the Ethernet. Get better at taking the Ethernet. Justinian says he comes here enough that the immigration officials have stopped interrogating him. It really feels like a story I should have told him, like, inside at a table over tea. Not, like, here at the front door while it snows. I would pay good gil to see a scene of Forshno and Estinian having a beer together at a tavern. I want to see Estinian try to get him into dried squid. Setting up our temporary goodbyes for the... This feels like a nice clean cut between 0.5 and 0.55. Yeah, now that you mentioned it, the patch name being the final quest is usually the other way around. Use the Ethernet.
Ah, yes. The king has already shared what they glimpsed in the source. The day, hearing the tidings, lifted a great weight from my shoulders. Never before had I taken on such a monumental request.
Small though it was, we are glad to have played a role in saving the Exarch's home. And yours. Furthermore, the endeavor served to reaffirm the bond between the peoples of Norvrant. Nurturing this bond, we will strive to be an example for the world Zero aspires to restore.
Is that a Memoria crystal? I can feel it. The tremendous darkness within.
Don't lick it.
Using darkness from the void to restore balance to this world. If such a thing could be done!
Well, well. Though night has returned to our world, darkness cannot arise of its own accord, much less in abundance. But if it could be brought here, in like manner to how we channeled light to the void, it may well be possible to restore the empty in its entirety.
Into hammer space it goes.
Do you still have that spirit vessel with you? If so, I beg you loan it to me for a time. I would use it to investigate a way to have the tower receive rather than send energy. Thank you. I shall commence my work at once, in concert with Unu Kalhai, and rigorously explore the possibility.
They finally had to say his name out loud.
I too need to explore new possibilities for my powers. My recent experience at Nabatha Reng has taught me that. To that end, I will set aside botany for a time, and focus instead on myself. Knowing Zero is out there, doing her utmost to restore her own world, it inspires me to redouble my efforts.
There you are.
Yeah!
I waited and waited, but you never came. What have you been doing here?
Gaia!
You weren't checking my texts. I got concerned. Who are you with?
Oh. Do I know you? Oh, I'm just teasing. I wouldn't forget you in a hurry. I'm still keeping my diary, adding new memories to it every day.
Not only that, Gaia's writing a story too. I can't wait for it to become a book.
Enough about that. What were you talking about? Harnessing darkness from the void. Now there's an idea. Of course, if you're dealing with darkness, Reen alone won't cut it. Next time, call on me as well, alright?
Yeah, I agree. It feels like they're trying to like very slowly position everyone related to the sprawling void quests into one place. But I mean, given how many quests they touch, it's going to be a bit of a chore. Might take a little while, but I think they'll get there. So I'll wrap this up and then come back and talk to them. I don't even remember where I left them. Are they both at the cafe? Well, depending on how far off the content is, they could just find a way to integrate it into required content along the way, like they did with the Crystal Tower, if need absolutely be. I don't know how long it's going to take them to make a coil normal mode, though.
It cannot be. Oh, Vashan, my darling little brother. To think that I will never see you again.
It's okay, you just went on a diplomatic mission upstate, like all the others.
The way you carry on, anyone would think he was actually your brother. Save your tears now. His Excellency still has one of his eyes. And he has made it clear he intends to continue using his vessel. You'll see Varshan again. Never fear.
Truly? But will it be the little one?
Personally, I prefer the adult vessel. It cuts a gallant figure and has superior functionality besides.
I don't care about such things. My little brother is little and adorable.
Sisters, give me strength.
'Tis a fine thing being so loved.
Had enough of the revelry, have you? So, what's next for our hero? No need to decide just yet. You'll recall our escapades in the Void began with a treasure map I paid entirely too much gil for. You can't force an adventure. It'll happen when it happens. And you'll know when the time is right. Till then, it's good to lend an ear to others and their tales. And speaking of others...
And their tales.
Discussing each other's plans, are we? Alas, I have nothing exciting to share. I foresee an extended confinement in my Sharlayan chambers, compiling my theories on cross-rift travel. My research may be classified, prohibited by the powers that be. But so long as a bond exists between people, ever shall our worlds be connected. As it stands, a means to travel to the First is within reach, and I would be satisfied even should my research not exist in an official capacity. And what of you, Estinian? Have you any plans? He never was one to stay put for long, though I've no doubt he will make himself known when needed.
What you doing, buddy? That was cute. Approved. How far do you think those calls travel? Is it like the dogs barking in the neighborhood, or is there no limit on the distance? It'd be really funny if they've been doing that for like 12,000 years. What? Yeah, we've seen him reach pretty far. Hey, the little one is back. Meanwhile, oh, there we go.
Everything appears to be in order.
Finally gonna open that letter, lady.
Oh, finished at last. So time-consuming. How nice would it be to have a mammoth to handle such tasks?
She's been inventorying longer than Gendry's been rowing.
Now then, let's have a look at you. Quite old, this letter. We'll need to store it carefully.
Oh, it's not even new.
Addressed to grandfather, and come all the way from Tuliolal, from a Gulu someone. Oh, the ink's too faded. Hardly anything is legible. Come on, give me something. A commission to investigate the Golden City in Tural.
That long?
How odd. No one ever mentioned such a commission, nor have I seen any records.
This was a wrench in my theories. Maybe.
Something else in here.
Aw.
What an unusual earring. How does it relate to the petition, I wonder?
Is that going to be my EXP earring?
Oh, did you go there, grandfather? To the Golden City in Tural?
Back again already, after making a show of leaving. Well, this is it, Charlene. Quite a far cry from Tuliolal, yes? Come, let's go and find your candidate, our adventurer friend.
Mysterious legs. That's where we're leaving off. Okay. Let's talk to you real quick. Okay. Back to the first real quick. So we started off this patch cycle and continued on for a while with pretty low expectations. I think we all kind of just expected that this was going to be a keep us busy story that explored some cool ideas, but ideas they didn't have anywhere else to put. Who doesn't love the void, right? So I don't think we had terribly high expectations, especially because everything was so kind of clearly laid out at first. But damned if they didn't stick the landing. Like, it all came together in the end that I think, like, sure, maybe we didn't have huge expectations, but it certainly exceeded my expectations. That was a really good ending. And just like a good, or just like a bad ending can ruin a story that you had hoped for, a good ending can make a lot of meaning out of a story you didn't actually expect a lot from. I expect that in a few months to a year, I'm going to look back on the collective 6.1 to 6.5 and see as a really solid arc, especially if we have those few little void quests before that are scattered, and we have whatever's coming after later that they're setting up, if indeed they have any plan at all yet. I think we'll have fond memories of that one, probably. It went a little slow. There were a few repetition points. Like, how many times do we have to prove that light isn't traumatic all the time? But despite some of the really hammered themes and callbacks, I do think the landing is going to make us remember it in a different way. Zeromus was a great hero of Eld, beloved by all. Huh. Oh, this guy's got a lot of updates. I take it some of these are optional? Like, let me know if I miss any of them. Because there are a few things that I haven't caught up on yet. I believe it may soon be time to put our plans into motion and return home to the 13th. Oh. What kind of content do you think it's gonna be? Is it gonna be like MSQ? Is it gonna be side content? What are we gonna do? Alright, is there anything I have not done? Anything I should be doing? Any lingering questions? Aside from checking my Steam. I'm a little nervous. A little nervous. Wait, the Watcher might have another new one? Heard about it, but didn't check. Well, if there's one thing we love here, it's testing rumors. Meanwhile, Rockle was here the entire time. Nope, same one we had when we left a little earlier. We said his name and he woke up. Yeah, thank you for bearing with me through being tired and glitchy as usual. I seem like I've got my shit together when it comes time to answer questions and write stuff, but that's because I like go back through and I make all these really nice spreadsheets with all the languages, and then I like put them in a searchable folder, and then I read them every time someone asks me a question, and over time it starts to build up and it sticks. But the first time I go through everything, I can barely say words. Like, do you have any idea how hard it is to make the words go? Okay, whoever told me to check Steam. I have possibly concerning news. There's nothing on my Steam. I don't have any messages or alerts or anything. What am I looking for? Slash panic. Oh no, you're conspiring with Zare. That bodes scary. That bodes like many hours. So I guess to be continued. Or you can join the Discord if you haven't, and I'm sure we will announce it there whenever they decide how this is going to go and what's happening. In the meantime, I am going to get a nap. I have been awake for far too long. I will be up in time for a shorter stream tomorrow as we do the finale of Myths of the Realm, and after all these years, finally get closure on the 12. Really looking forward to that. So as always, you could have wasted your time doing anything this Friday evening, and that you chose to spend it seeing this part of the story with me as I see it for the first time. Thank you. I'm surprised, confused, but thankful. So we will see you tomorrow. As always, Krista Mom and I love you, everybody. We'll see you then.